Right, good morning guys. Apologies for the delay today. Just had to get a little bit of something done before the stream went live. Just turn up a reference image, I'm not working on this image, I'm not working on darkens today. There we go. Right, so you now got the full screen of my desktop. So we're doing a Narzugon today, which is the Fallen Paladin. So this guy is basically was a paladin in life who was tempted by a devil, and in death basically ends up joining the infernal legions. So we've got the base mesh done, we've got some armour done, we've got shoulder pads on him. I can't even remember what I was using as reference and what I was looking at before in terms of what I was going to use for him. So I need to armour the horse. We need to give him a face and a helmet. So I'm thinking, I think last time I was looking at like the Final Fantasy judges, like we see in was it Final Fantasy 12 and Final Fantasy Tactics. I think there's been in more of them since then. Like I think there was one in, or at least one kind of similar character in Final Fantasy 15. So it's been a recurring theme in later games. But I've got some quite nice styling on the armour, some kind of crazy looking helms. There's a bit of something demonic about them that kind of fits with what I'm trying to achieve here. So he's kind of I suppose you mounted Death Knight for lack of a better terms, except not undead. So I want to kind of channel the old Archaon sculpts, you know, the Games Workshop's like Archaon on the horse, not the dragon, the original sculpt of him. I want to kind of get that kind of vibe coming through. So let's see how it goes. So I'm just going to do some more stuff around the leg armour here, which I think was the last thing I was working on. So it doesn't look quite right yet, so I just need to polish this up and clean it a little bit. Oops, let's just reduce that down a touch. So we'll get the shapes of the armour nice. So I'm thinking like I could do with the hellhounds and with the horse. We'll maybe do some flames coming out of like his joints, say, so maybe from the back of his knees, up on his shoulders. I think would be quite cool. Give him an almost Ghost Rider kind of vibe. I think would be a nice way of doing it, but he has got to have a helmet on, I think. So let me just have a little look and see if we can find a Final Fantasy Judge helmet as a reference. So the Judge helmets, I mean, if you're not sure what I'm talking about, I mean, this is the kind of thing. I mean, they've got quite a Star Wars vibe, I feel. Like if you were to see that on a stormtrooper in Vader's army, you wouldn't bat an eyelid and think it was out of place. But like the way we've got like the horns, the big horns, and the kind of the ornate helmet, that's kind of what I want to be going for. So a full closed face on it as well. So let's just start, see where we get, see what works out. As soon as my thing finishes. Right, well there's not many people on the stream, I'm going to brew a quick coffee up as well. And if anyone was following yesterday, I had to abandon stream for about an hour and a half. It's my elderly neighbour, she's 85. She basically had a bit of a funny turn and collapsed in a doorway trying to get in a house. Kind of went over on a knee, and fell in a really difficult position. So I had to go around and give him a bit of assistance and get the ambulance round so we could get her recovered. She's in hospital still. They kept her in overnight for tests and things. So we haven't had any kind of updates in terms of how she's actually doing yet. So as soon as I know, I will let you guys know. But I wouldn't expect it to be today. So hopefully we see her kicking around, getting back into the house in the next day or so. Right, so let's put I'm going to tap into my reserves here. Let's see what I've got already in my sculpt bank as a starting point. So right. So we've got I'm just trying to think. Do I go open helmet or do I go closed helmet? I'm struggling to find it now. I should have just called it helm, shouldn't I? Helm something or other rather than whatever helm. And that'll keep them all together and make them a bit more findable. I feel like I'm failing spectacularly here. I can't even see a single helmet. Do you know what? It's not even sorted alphabetically. That's what's making it more difficult. Right. Sure, this is going to be the best starting point, but let's try it. Now, interestingly, I never actually used this helmet on anything, so you're seeing this here for the first time. It's not actually made an appearance on any of my sculpts. So, what to do anymore? Do I keep the crest? I'm not going to keep the crest. I need to use this at some point. I think it's quite a cool helmet, but not today. So I'm going to do quite a destructive mash-up on this now. Oops. Ah. Oh well, that was worth knowing. I should have done it at the beginning. Auto group it. My lion is actually a separate piece. Makes life easier. Okay, so I can start with that. Read the scroll works. I don't anticipate this guy being like a fancy. I don't want to give him fancy armor. So I'll keep the crest for now. I may come and change that later. We're going to I kind of want to give him horns similar to Ifrit, I think. So we're saying about the judges having these like big crazy horns. Let's do something similar. But I think I am going to do something a little bit different with him. Right, so I need to fill in the mouthpiece of the helmet. Sorry guys, I'm struggling a bit today with a bit of a crick neck and a pounded head. I think I slept funny last night. Keep on to like stretch and find a comfortable position again. Okay, so Dynamesh it, give it a little bit of a polish up. So I'm just trying to work some cool shapes at the moment, not really kind of fussed about the final form. I've got no real concept in my head at the moment as to what this is going to look like, so I'm just going to keep playing with shapes until I get something I like. It's going to take a bit longer, but it still works. I'm not liking the shape of the eyes here, so I'm just going to adjust them a touch. I've got a little bit of a mismatch here, I think, going on, so let me just mirror the mirror mode. Splay the bottom out just a touch. That's looking a bit better. Oh, do you know what I've just thought? Yeah, let's do this. Let's remove the eyes altogether, so it fits in with the rest of the Demon Legion. So my Devil Legion, the Infernal Legion that this guy's joining, I haven't actually given them any eye holes in their helmets. None of them. So really I need to, for him to be consistently styled with the rest of the army, I need to do the same, don't I? Plus it's going to give him this like kind of creepy look. Oops. Let's take the dynamics off. Do you know what? Hang on. I need my multi-stream chat, because if anybody's been chatting on Facebook, I've been missing it. I think I'm going to lose. Yeah, that's much better without the crest. I'm going to lose the crest then. I might try lowering the horns, see if they look a bit better lower down. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with that actually. That works alright. I can hear like little footsteps on my roof. I think it's the birds are all out playing in the garden today. I've seen lots of robins and pigeons and crows and magpies and all sorts out there. And blackbirds as well. Okay, right. Fairly happy with that. Let me just tweak the shape of this a touch. Right, if I'm really going to be consistent with the other side, I need to put the 3 holes in one side of the mesh. Let me just check my bearded devils. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. Touch. Let's do an extract on that now. This helmet must be massive. A 2 extract, which I'd normally have to reduce massively, is not needing reducing today. Polish up the edge here just to sharpen up this bottom line. I'll just do one down the back here. Okay, now with the top of the helmet here, I'm just going to take this piece here, I'm going to nudge this up. So it echoes the helmet of the bearded devils. So when you're doing an army, the visual identity of the army and the shape language you use is important in tying it all together, because otherwise there's just a lot of different models on the table together. Right. Now the horns, they need a little something. They need a seam line in them, so I'm just going to do a ooh, that's a bit heavy duty. Let's turn that down. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to polish the top of the horn, so that we end up with that being a good big sharp, almost like a blade down the side of the helmet. Come to a point down there, nice and sharp, and I'll do the same on the underside, so I'll just mirror that, not literally mirroring it with any function or anything like that, I'm just copying the bevel to the underside, so all manual processes. Okay, now the back side of the horn, I don't actually mind this being a bit more rounded. I do want to kind of take the end to a taper. See, the helmet we've ended up with is nothing like what I started with, but that's very typical of the way I tend to work with like parts. I've got all these bits in my library that, you know, in theory they're there to like tap into and use if I need to and whatever else, but more often than not they go in there as like a starting point, and something happens to it from there on out that changes it to something completely different. Just sort something out. Then. So, if you've just joined, you might be wondering what the hell you're looking at. I'm just making a helmet for a kind of a Chaos Knight, Hell Knight kind of character. This is the Narzugon from D&D. The Narzugon is a Fallen Paladin who has made a pact with an infernal devil, presumably with some kind of like greater power in life, and then spends the rest of eternity serving in the infernal legions as a flaming demonic warrior. So a worthwhile trade-off, I would say. Morning, Bunker. How are you doing, dude? Hope you're keeping well today, matey. Keeping warm, hopefully. It's bitter in my office again today. It says it's 19 degrees, but it lies. Just doing the helmet for the Narzugon. So, get the big Hell Knight guy done. Was it you who was saying the other day about doing the old Death Knight as a mounted version? Let's merge that down. There he belongs now. A city guard guy with an attack rabbit, mate. If you want to push that, you mention it, I'll make it happen, mate. Does he have to look like he's terrified of the rabbit as well, like the rabbit is the boss? I'm going to revisit the city guard soon anyway and do a few extras. And honestly, mate, if you like your likeness in there and you want to become a city guard in the watch, I'll make it happen for you. That's what I should do, shouldn't I? I should do you, I should do Kev. We're doing Spud and Elston. I should do you all as City Watch guys, shouldn't I? Do Steve. All the streamers. I'll just need some mug shots, mate, and some some other bits of reference idea and material and stuff. What should we make him a gnome? Should we do a gnomish city guard with a like a drug sniffing rabbit or something? A sniffer bunny. Well, I'm actually really fairly happy with that. I'm just going to clean up the lines at the bottom of the helmet because it's a bit soft down at the bottom. Let's just clean that up there. saw a video the other day on I can't remember if it was Instagram or Twitter, but it made me laugh anyway. It was a my mother-in-law loves the gonks, so yeah, she gangster gnomes. Oh mate, that needs to happen, doesn't it? Yeah, I'll do you that then. I'll do you as a gnome, a gnome city guard with an attack rabbit then. Yeah. So what I was saying was the what was I saying? Oh yeah, there was a video I watched on Instagram or TikTok or something the other day, and it was this girl walks out her house and goes to lock a door. She's got a dog on a lead. She's got the key in the door. She's just about to turn it, and the dog, I think the dog sees a squirrel or something just off camera, and the dog just obviously bolts for it. She's got the dog lead around her wrist, and she just literally just flies off her feet and just gets yanked off the thing. And it's like, you know, you see horror films when a monster like pulls somebody off through a door or something like that, or you know, they get yanked into the unknown, or pulled under the bed or something like that. You got that kind of vibe from it. It's funny, man. Oh no. Back up a few steps and undo all of this stuff now, because I've stupidly, there we go, that was the point, I did it. So basically I dynameshed with polygroups on, which was supposed to preserve the horns and stuff, but I didn't realise, or neglected to think about it, that I've got separate polygroups here on the inside. I know, poor woman, but still hugely entertaining as a video. We used to have an old English sheepdog called Oscar, and he was a sod for that. He used to just like whip you off your feet in like, well, anything really. My brother at the time, he was about 7, 8, 9 years old maybe. The dog was twice the size of him, so like we'd go out, and I remember taking him out in the winter, and we got my brother on a sledge. So we'd take Oscar for his walk, and because my brother was younger, we would tie the sledge to the lead, and the dog would pull my brother along. And then we got to the park, and we were, you know, taking him for a walk and whatever else, and then he sees another dog he wants to go and say hello to. He starts tearing across the thing. Obviously he's got my little brother stuck in the sledge behind him, having a whale of a time. So yeah. Fun times, man. We've had a bit of snow here this morning actually, so I don't think it's gonna, it's not come down heavy or anything. It's like literally a little tiny bit of snow. It's the start, isn't it? I come down to the office last night for a few minutes, intended to do some work, and I just like migraine of a headache. I had to just like stop and go back and sleep it off. I come down the office, and it was crunchy outside, you know, and it's like everything's iced up, it's just frozen. So like you're walking on the grass and it's like crunch, 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 crunch kind of thing. It was I knew it was going to be like that this morning. Yeah, big dogs are hard going, aren't they? I don't know if you saw on a previous stream. I think I was talking about my sister's dogs, but I think I pulled up the web page for them, their Instagram page. In fact, I'll show you quick now, because these dogs, I mean, it's huge. Dog's ridiculously big. Um, there you go. So here's their Instagram page, and that's my nephew in all the silly costumes and stuff. But the I mean, look at that! Look at that as a cute little puppy. Look at that cute little thing there, and it turns into that monstrosity of a dog. Huge thing it is. But I'm sure they've got some photos where he's jumping up, and it's just, I mean, the size of it is just crazy. Oh, it must have been on another profile or something, or on Facebook maybe, but yeah, very, very, very big dog. Oh yeah, lovely, lovely looking things. I mean, he's like a prize one. He's like you know, proper high quality, in demand breeding stock. They stood him at about £3 a pop or something like that at the moment, and he's going through like competitions and things. And if he wins these like competitions in Europe and things, then his stud fee goes up to like £4 or £5 or something like that. So, you know, they're basically dog pimps, aren't they? Is what it comes down to. But it doesn't sound as good on a CV as dog breeder, does it? What do you do? I pimp my dog out for money. Right, so let's save that. I'm going to call that Narzugon. And I'll export that and save it for future use because it's a good base shape and I'm liking it. Once we copy that, I'm going to find my Narzugon. I think this was him. Also, evidently I've just sculpted that entire helmet upside down as well. There we go, upside down helm. Yeah, Ian, you'll have to get me a picture of your rabbit as well. Then I'll include it in the sculpt for you. For the I'll make sure it's a proper likeness of your bunny. My only pet's a tortoise. We got Dottie, who lives in the back garden. She's hibernating at the moment, so. Well, she's a lovely pet. The kids love her. When she's awake, we have to get her out and like give her a bath, and like we have to like clean her shell and all that kind of stuff. They love doing it. I'll tell you what, my legs are bitterly cold at the moment. Right, so the helmet on this guy I'm happy with. The armour I'm happy with. Discord probably, mate. Keep them on Discord and then it's easier for me to find them then. Right then. Thing I asked you about. My brain's in a pickle at the moment, mate. Ping me a message on Discord and I'll I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's fine to talk about, but just ping me a message just to refresh my memory. Is it one of the games we were chatting about, was it all? Right then. Oh yeah, affiliate links, mate. Yep, that is absolutely fine. Yep, don't need to worry about that one. Yeah, the affiliate link. I've got it up on a website at the moment, so it's there already. It exists. I'm trying to figure out. So at the moment, it shows that I can basically give you a discount code as an affiliate that you can use all the time. But I can do that anyway. I can give you a discount that is linked to your profile, that every time you log on there it's going to be a thing. You know, you'll always get your discounts. What I'm struggling with at the moment is I can't figure out how within the affiliate bundle I can make it that you can earn a percentage of revenue. So as soon as I figure it out, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put like a don't know, like a 15% like return for you. So you'll, whatever people spend, you'll get like 10-15% of whatever they spend on any given shop. And then obviously the more times you share the link and generate the sales and stuff, the more you'll make in your affiliate account. So it's there and I can do it, but I can't quite line up all the pins at the moment to kind of make it work how I'm expecting it should work. So I mean, it's like a Shopify standard like package kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, it's not anything bespoke and custom, so it should be fit for purpose. But yeah, I just don't know at the moment, unfortunately. It seems to be set up for like things like gifts and things like, you generate so much traffic and you earn a gift or something like that. It's set up for that kind of stuff, but that's not really what I want it to be doing. But I do also know that what's it doing? Why is it doing that? Stop it! Stupid thing. Yeah, I also know that there are other companies out there who are using like affiliates in that way. So I know it's doable. pick Andy's brain and see if he knows. Because he's the Shopify guru. He's helped me out setting up all the site and everything. So if he don't know, then nobody will. Oh mate, it's just Zbrush. Sometimes it's just an absolute nuisance. It does not behave how you think it should do. You know, you've got all these expectations of it, and you know you do the same thing every single time. Like that weird thing it was just doing. It was what was basically happening was I was trying to insert a cube, and when I inserted a cube, it was replacing the entire mesh. Now I know it does that if I do an insert mesh. This might not mean anything to you, by the way, so don't worry if you're not following. If I do an insert mesh and I've got move, rotate, etc., if I've got one of them selected instead of my draw button, and then when I'm sculpting, when I change the mesh, it will change whatever mesh I've got active to the insert mesh that I've just selected. So I know there's a thing that does it, but what I've just done shouldn't have done it. I was just trying to insert a cube. Sasquatch morning, how are you doing? Right, where do I use the sculptures? They are used for tabletop games like Dungeons and Dragons and Warhammer, Frostgrave, all these kind of good things. So, oh, excuse me, just stretching. Yeah, there's lots of different things you can use them for, but they'll all be 3D printed. And actually, if I just switch my camera view for a second. Right, here you go. You can see me all wrapped up warm for winter in my office at the moment. But we've got a little something for Mr. Bunker, who's in the chat at the moment. It's printed up on my desk right now. So we've got like let's say right there. So 3D printed models. And then they will be painted. So again, I'll just grab my one. It's still work in progress at the moment, but the model I've just shown you there, this is me painting it here. So she's still not done. I need to do something with my the weapons and stuff, and I'm not quite confident enough with non-metallic metal to do it, but I feel like that's what it needs. So I'm just weighing up my options at the moment. I've also got an ifrit on the printer for you, Bunker. That's also done. So I'll be popping them in the post for you in a day or two. Yeah, that was the one. It literally hasn't had any extra paint since Chilcon, so it's in the same half painted fashion that you saw it at the time. So the one I'm packing up and posting for you, it's the same size. So it's the 120mm one. So. It's all good stuff. So right, why have I got a Trogo back on my screen? Oh, because I've changed screens, haven't I? That's why. Okay, so we've got this this kind of like Hell Knight infernal guy. I have got. I've got a really nicely armoured clawy hand, but I think I'm going to have to save this. It's going to kill my system. Mate, the issue is I feel I have to do my sculpting all the time, and I wish I could get back into painting more. I want to try and get into a point where I'm doing like a painting stream once or twice a month as well. But I just have to try and crack on with them in the evenings and stuff. I'm not actually too slow with most models. Like, you know, like the normal ones, I paint them quite quickly, I think. I did this one, the Leonin kind of chief. So that the flesh and the blue bits on that, which I can't even tell if you can see it properly or not. You see him on screen there, all right? So all the bits that are painted on him at the moment, that's about 2 hours of painting of an evening, the other night. So it takes, you know, I can knock them out quite quickly. but it's also me on my TUD painting my entire miniature range. So it's yeah, my I don't know if you can see the massive grey back here, right in the background. All this massive grey here is all still stuff I've got to paint. So I've got my bearded devils over here. I've got Saracens from the previous month up over here. What's that? The one OPN has a fail in it when he painted it massive. Yeah, that was he's still new to printing, isn't he? And he was doing his own supports, and I think he just under supported a certain area. So I did tell him afterwards, all my supports are supplied in Lychee, and all he actually has to do is scale the model up, and then recalculate the supports, and they'll all go to the right places, and everything will work fine. But I think he'd already done it all by that point. So he just took 2 failed prints, chopped them in half, and mashed them together, because the two that failed in different places. And then from memory, I think he just wrapped a bit of jewellery chain around it and glued it in. So he did a good job on it in the end, though. So you make the best of them. I've done it sometimes though, where you end up with a print and it's a fail, and it's kind of like, oh, can I get away with that? You know, and it's like it's a little thing. Usually for me, it'll be like not on him necessarily, but it's like, you know, if I've got like the bottom of a loincloth or something like that, there'll be like a few delaminated layers on the bottom of the loincloth where it's starting to peel away. There's just needs an extra couple of supports in there perhaps. And then like for my one, I'm like, well, you know, I've test printed it, it's worked all right, I'll use that and paint it. But all I'll just do is I'll just scrape that little delaminated crappy bit off the bottom, and then I'll just run with it, and that'll be fine for me. And then I'll just correct the supports then before anybody else has a chance to kind of get stuck in and have a go. Right then, so where am I up to? I'm looking for that thing, aren't I? So I'm going to import load tools from project, and I want my crystal collapse. Crystal collapse, where are you? There you are. I want crystal collapse, and I want the hand off King Luca, or Lucifer. I'm still not sure whether we're calling him Luca or Lucifer. But him, anyway, it'll be his hand I'm after. So we're going to load this in. I'm going to literally be piling in 10 ton of stuff that shouldn't be in this project, so I'm going to have to do a little bit of a clean up on it. Okay, so this is the guy I did on the last Crystal Collapse stream. This is Mr. Powder. I need to finish him up and do his big rifle. Let me just delete all of him for a minute. So that's the one I'm working on. There is Corrado. So he needs reposing, so I just need to sort him out later. Then we've got Fina. So she's sculpted and needs posing as well. See all that. That is a leaf, which I don't need for the sculpt, I'll lose it. That is Lucifer's sword, Excalibur. Corrado posed, which is not the final pose because I'm not keeping it. And here he is. This is the man I'm after. And do you know what? I'm going to take both of these because I can use them both exactly in the positions they're in, and they'll be fine. I'll tell you what, I really enjoyed this sculpt actually. It was a really nice model to make. Cheers, mate. Yeah, he worked out really well. So the artwork's lovely on him anyway, but the sculpt came out, you know, really good. The only thing I'm a little bit iffy on is the face. Isn't my normal kind of style. Because when I sculpted Corrado originally, I did my usual style with him, and it didn't quite work. So we needed to give him. I needed to give him more of a what do you call it? No, this is Crystal Collapse is nothing to do with Chris actually. This is Max Ville from Woodpecker Games, and the artwork is done by a chap called Alexander, who I'm not actually sure where Alex lives. Never met Alex, but he does fantastic work. Let's just get that rotated around. So I think what I'll probably end up using the clenched fist one. Morning Architect Gaming, thank you for the follow. Architect Art Gaming, sorry. Excuse me. Right, I'm going to just take the hand here. I'm going to split the mask off because I may come back and use that yet, but I'm going to just park it for now. So split masked, and then I will just duplicate this and move mirror mode. That's what I want. Okay, now I can come back to this dude and just remove his hands. Delete the hidden there. It's actually a Narzugon. So the sculpt we're doing today, Architect Art Gaming, sorry. It's a Narzugon, which is a Fallen Paladin. So this is a Paladin who, in life, was holier than thou. At some point along the line, makes a pact with a devil, and basically gains some kind of like mega power and whatnot in his actual life, and then consequently becomes a what do we call it? Like an infernal minion for the rest of his eternity. So yeah, so he's basically paying the ultimate price now for his greed in life, but it's kind of like a Death Knight, but more less undead and more what's the word? Less undead and more devilish. So this is you sold your soul to the devil rather than you've made a pact with an undead lich or something. I hope that makes sense, and thank you for the following this morning. Just trim that up to shape. So yeah, so I've done quite a lot of infernal stuff. I think I've got some in this scene, so I should be able to show you. Let me show you some of the previous sculpts we've been working on. So we did the Hellhounds here. So these were part of the infernal Legion. This is a paint up I started doing on one of them. But these are the Hellhounds. Then we've got, where are they? Imps. Got the Imps. Little farting imp at the back. And then with the Imps, obviously you can see they've got this helmet here with the like the arrow at the top and then the holes in the front. That's mirroring some of the armour I've got on some of the other demonic Legion troops I sculpted previous. So the current one, the Narzugon, he's now got the helmet which mirrors the look of the original. So he's got the same aesthetic as the other infernal troops. And I want him to kind of have this, I don't know, almost like a chaos, like a Warhammer Chaos Knight look about him. So I don't know if you know, if you're familiar with him, but there was a character called Archaon, who was an old like Warhammer like Chaos Lord, and I want to kind of get that same kind of vibe going on. So I want him to have this like massive, great big meaty kind of like, you know, appearance on this massive, great big flaming steed, make him very imposing. We'll give him a massive sword. In fact, let's get a sword in there for him now. In fact, let me just double check the stats for the Narzugon, just make sure I give him the correct armour. I'm just going to do a little look up online. Okay, so Narzugon is so he wears spurs in his armour, so I need to put them on. They allow him to summon a Knightmare companion. So I'll do a version of him on foot. He'll have the version mounted as well, so there'll be two versions of this character. Multi-attack with a Hellfire Lance, nice. So yeah, I'll give him a sword. He doesn't have a sword and thing, but I will give him a sword. But he's also going to have a lance, so that'll be fun. Ooh, what to do. So here we go. The official blurb on Narzugons. Paladins who make deals with devils and carry their twisted sense of honour into the afterlife are especially valuable to the Archdukes of the Nine Hells. These Narzugons act as horrific perversions of the Knights Errant, carrying out the Master's will. Narzugons wield hell-forged lances that shunt the souls of any killed to the river Styx for rebirth as lemures. Every lance bears the mark of both a Narzugon and its master. Each Narzugon claims a knightmare as its mount. These steeds are bound by an infernal tack and must respond to the summons and command of the spurs wearer. So Lemure is, let me just double check. Oh right, nice. You don't want to be turned into a Lemure basically. They are a twisted mortal soul banished to the Nine Hells for eternity. The lowest type of devils. Repugnant, shapeless creatures doomed to suffer torment until they're promoted to a higher form of devil, commonly an imp. So basically it's like an imp turd. So, Morning Chaos 0507. Hope you keep him well today. So you may have just heard my my little blurb there, but we're doing a Narzugon today. So this is an infernal kind of anti-paladin, if you like, I suppose, from the Devil Legions of Avernus. So all good fun. Let me just delete some of these unnecessary minis out of the scene because I've imported a load of extra stuff that needs to come out. If you've got any questions about anything at all to do with sculpting generally, or anything I'm working on or anything I'm doing at the time, if you want any technique tips or anything else, just fire away, guys, because I will help you as best I can, try and give you some steer and some info. Let's delete those. That needs to stay. You can go. So these are models from a different project I'm working on, called Crystal Collapse, and as lovely as they are, they're actually not for this project, so they don't need to be in the scene, and they're just carrying weight. Thanks Bunker for dropping the Discord chatting. Oh no, what's up? I hope you're keeping well. Nothing too serious, I hope. And either way, I'm hoping I can help you pass the time a little bit. Let's delete Corrado there. God, how many times have I put these models into the same scene? I think I'm up to spec with that. Oh no. Just as I say that, I've got an extra one to get rid of. Right now I think we're all right. Oh no, are you in a lot then? Is this are you there as a kind of a permanent fixture, or is it kind of just are you a regular visitor? Oh, I've got a what I would guess would be Russian. Mike Moan sent you in. Thank you to Mike then, and you're more than welcome to let's say join in and participate and come here anytime. Okay. Yeah, Mike is a good one. He's doing the stream this morning, isn't he? Painting the Saracen Ogre. Oh God, this is a COVID kickback. Oh wow. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay. I'm just trying to translate this this little bit of Russian that's appeared. Because unfortunately I don't speak it, I can't read it. But I also don't want to ignore a viewer. So let me just. Russian 3D sculpting. Hello. I hope you're keeping well. I'll say unfortunately I can't respond in Russian, but you are welcome. Oh, has Mike not started his stream? I thought he was starting at 11 o'clock. Is he running late today? Well, I come to think of it, yeah, I haven't had the notification about his stream running today. I had a whale of a time sculpting that ogre, so I can't wait to see it painted. Right, I'm going to do some donut mail on this guy. It goes against my better judgment, but I will do it, but I need to do it after he's posed. And I call it donut mail because it literally, I feel like I'm sculpting donuts. It's like I'm making a coat of donuts, but actually it prints well and it paints well. So I'm less interested with what it looks like on screen as to what it's going to look like on the table as a miniature. Right, so this guy now, I'm feeling like I need to do some like big flames coming out the top of his shoulder pads. Mike, how are you doing, chap? Ah, right. Hope you're doing well today, sir. Despite the taxman attack. You having a day off streaming today, then, Mike? Oh, fantastic. Right, let's get some flames in here. That's not right. nice. Everybody loves the tax man. Or not, as the case may be. Personally, can't stand them. I really resent having to like pay the taxes as well. /@knightmare. Right, now I need to tap mic up for this. I did try to do a I did try and do a thing where I can use the I can't remember what it's called, mix up thing. I was trying to do a custom command to do like when Mike does it, and it gives you a little blurb about them and says go and follow them because they're a fantastic streamer. I was trying to do something like that. Mike, I can't get it working, Matt. I'm gonna have to tap you up with some advice on it at some point. Oh, does it actually just work like that? Does it? I can't get my head around it. Honestly, the command, the complexity of some of the commands just pickles my head. And I always forget to do it until I've loaded it all up. I was struggling to try and find something that wasn't kind of like you can like reference the user, or you can show their time they've subscribed or the time they've viewed and things like that. But I've got a couple of custom commands in there, but not the ones I need. So I need some tips from a pro at some point. I can sit down and just get them all programmed in and whatnot. Awesome, mate. Lovely. I'll set you up on that after Taxman's done his business, worked his magic. Right, let's get some detail onto this. So I'm just going to dynamesh this first, give it a little bit of a polish. Oh, so let's split the other, sorry, because I've got the hands are still part of that. Let me just polish the fire, which is not a phrase you hear every day. Do some like little twisty some little texture in there so you can get some bits of interesting painting going on. Yeah, no worries, mate. You lurk away. I'm going to put it on a pause in a second and go and have a quick coffee break. Grab myself a brew. Because it's freezing in my office and I need something to warm my hands as much as anything else. Oh, do you know what? I can't just do fire without having like a two-pronged little... There you go, it feels wrong for me doing fire if I haven't done that. I've got to have one of them at least in every fire. Let's add a bit of thickness to that as well. Your knees were warm. Oh, because they're resting on the heater. That's the problem, isn't it? Like, you start warming up one part of your body and everything else just gets cold then. Yes. So you think it's 17 degrees? Like, I mean, I've got like 19 degrees in my office at the moment. Realistically, it's not actually that cold. But like, I feel like it's my legs more than anything else. My upper body's alright. My hands are a little bit cold. And I'm leaning on a screen which is not warm. So like, you know, it is a little bit kind of a little bit chilly in here, but my legs, my thighs and my knees and everything else freezing. I used to have my computer's up on a desk here next to me now, there. I used to have it underneath the desk, and when I was doing like rendering and using I can't remember, it's called Keyshot. I don't use Keyshot anymore. I spent a fortune on a license for it and I don't use it because it doesn't render like I want it to. Doesn't give me the kind of control over the renders that I'm getting with Blender. And I ended up like burning my PC out doing rendering, because what was happening was, when I've got like let's see it now, I've got this core temp thing on. If I show you this now, if I press Keyshot and then do a render of the model, so you'll see this happening in real time. I'm going to pull the core temp up. So if we see this, we're running around about an average of, what's that, 40 degrees Celsius on average through the whole thing, and it's a water cooled system, so it's like, you know, it's got decent cooling. 40 degrees is about the max I'm achieving whilst I'm doing, well, it's going up to 41 and 44 in some places, but mostly 40. When I run this BPR and it's doing Keyshot rendering, I'm going to bring this back onto the screen. Just watch this. Right, so this is, I'll bring Keyshot down onto the I don't know if you can see, the temperatures have bumped up to 100, 77, 81, 80, 79. And what was happening was this is just to achieve this, my PC became a heater. Even though it's air cooled, it was kicking out so much heat. Like during the summer, it was just burning my legs. It was ridiculous. And like I say, if I pull this, I'm not even actively doing anything. I've got a yellow alert here on Core 4 at 85 degrees. So max temperatures it's hit is 87, and all of this has just skyrocketed. And as soon as I turn off, Keyshot, everything's back down to like 45. It's dropping again, so it's going back down. So like yeah, just the impact of that one bit of software on my machine was turning my office into a kind of an oven without having any heaters on. It was burning out, but I was concerned that it was going to damage the PC, so I've stopped using KeyShot for rendering. So right, I'm gonna put it on BRB, guys. I'm gonna go grab a warm drink, and I'll be back in 3 or 4 minutes. So I'll see you all very shortly. See you in a bit, guys. Right guys, I'm back. Let me just double check something to think I might have. I have. My overlays just slipped a bit. Oh, actually, yeah, that's it. So I thought something was a bit amiss on the old Streamlabs thing. Okay, right, so I'm back, I'm brewed up, I've consumed an orange, so getting a little bit of vitamin C in my diet for today, and we're going to get back on with this fire, okay? So let's get me out time to keep this light glaring out my face, so I'll just turn it off. Yeah, I can just turn it off. Thank you, Bunko. Okay, so flames on the one side, let's mirror and weld that to the other. Nice, nice, nice. I think I might bring them down a touch. Willie804, thank you for the follow. Hope you're keeping well today. I'm going to bring them down so it's coming out the back of his armour as well, so not just from his shoulder pad. Let's bring this round a touch. Yeah, sorry, Kaz. We just I just had to go for a little bit of a rest break, get a drink, an orange, and I say a fresh cuppa, so I can warm my hands on it and keep warm. Oh, nice. Right, I need to make sure I haven't got symmetry on when I'm doing this, because I need to vary these flames so they don't just look like carbon copies of each one. Which is obviously always the risk you can run if you rely on symmetry too much. It's good practice to work with it turned off. Change the position of some of these bits and bobs. They don't have to be drastically different. I just want to make sure there's enough in there that it doesn't look like it's just, you know, completely symmetrical. Although I'm going to leave that actually, because I'll do the fine tweaking on that once it's posed. Because if I've got any kind of any dynamic movement going on, it's gonna show. It's gonna need to come through in the final sculpt. Okay, so I need to copy these blocks over. I'm going to put chainmail in the joint between the arm and the bicep and the forearm. I'm going to put some chainmail up here in the shoulder. Again, all that's going to happen after posing. And I'll do like a little chainmail skirt that's underneath this armor plate here, and that will all kind of come in together. Okay. So let me just double check something a second. We can maybe get some chainmail on the horse as well, which might be quite cool. I don't need. We'll go for, on one side I'm going to put a, it's called a sphere render, this is, which basically it's just a cylinder with a spherical ends, like a sphere that's been extruded into a cylinder. But it has a kind of a slightly beveled surface. I want the beveled surface to remain, so I don't want to lose too much of that on the front end. So I'm just going to shrink the back down, flatten it down, and I'm going to have to just, so if I start dividing this, I think, oh no, actually dividing's fine, I'll just do that, save me a step. Thought it was going to like dull off the outer edge too much, but actually it's not too bad. Let's just polish that. Ow. I want to put a spike in the middle. Lightbox, brush. See, all these bits are so very rarely used. That looks suspect, doesn't it? Let's change that. I'm pretty sure that's not just a spike. How's that one? Yeah, these ones are definitely not. I mean, these are straight from the Ann Summers collection of spikes. These ones, aren't they? GW painting handle. Right, let's bring that into there. I need to make sure it's centered, so I'm just going to center it a second. Mate, I'll quite happily say I didn't make these. I purchased the brush. Okay, so need to yeah, chaos. Right, so there we go. So we've got a spike. We've got the got a little shieldy bit behind it. I'm going to put activate symmetry. I'm going to go radial symmetry. I think yeah, Z gives me what I want. Oh no, don't want that. Radial count down to 5, I think. There we go. Right, so with this piece now, I'm going to drop this onto one shoulder. I've only been off the screen for about 10 minutes, and I feel like, or 5 minutes or something like that, and I feel like I've forgotten how to do it. There we go. Let's mask this off. We'll drag it back so it extrudes into the model, so there's no gaps behind. Oh, there's still a gap behind it. Damn. Minimal gaps behind it. There we go. That's what we're laying for. On the other side, I have a shield that was in here I spotted earlier. This one. Delete hidden. Let's auto group the shield. Right, so let's get some thickness on this. Right. Let's append a couple of cylinders. Say a couple, I mean one. I'm going to divide that just to get a bit of smoother geometry on it. I'm going to Dynamesh, sorry, not polygroup. And I'm going to set a Boolean operation up. So basically I set this one up here, this first tool. This is the shield. The shield is being set as the active tool, and then this is the secondary one. So what I'm actually going to do, I've just changed my mind about it. Go a little bit bigger. I'm going to re-dynamesh that. And I'm going to duplicate this. It's quite large, and I want to just basically change the shape of the top of the shield. So I'm going to mirror and weld that piece, auto group, and then I just want to delete that one. I'm going to Dynamesh them all together, and I'm going to set this as a subtraction mesh, which is the third option along. So we've got the arrow, and then we've got option 1, option 2. So it's option 2. And with the the shield as the active tool, and it's sitting above this in the hierarchy, it's going to go to merge and merge down. Now you'll know it's worked because the thing you're removing goes white, whilst everything else stays coloured when you've got the polygroups live. And then you just redo your Dynamesh, and it's going to cut the white objects out of the coloured object, just like that. There you go. Auto group it to make it all uniformed again. Right, and I want to add a bit of a curve to the whole thing, so I'm just going to do it with focal shift at 0. I'm just going to bring the shield backwards a touch. Actually, no, I won't do that. That looks awful. I was just trying to use something that has been annoying me for a long time. because it keeps happening by mistake. So let's use the deform tools. So I've created a kind of a dome shape, a semicircular shape, by isolating the centre of the deformed grid, bringing that forwards, but also bringing the horizontal centre forwards as well. So basically the corner piece, the corners are left as is, and everything else is brought forwards, and I'm happy with that. So I'm going to copy that back to me Narzugon model. I need the widget back on because I need to rotate it around 180 degrees, shrink it down, bring it up. Right, now we need to start looking at lances. Let me just find the official Narzugon artwork. Okay, so they're basically giving him like a flaming lance. I ain't keen on that one. That's a bit closer to what I was expecting. Although you see, it appears to have a sword of sorts there. That's no. Cool. Okay, so we're just looking at like a fiery lance basically, aren't we? Okay, flaming lance it is then. Let me put a proxy for the skirting. This will be a chainmail skirt, but I need to pose it before I texture it. bring these out a little bit. Just make the bottom of the breastplate a little bit wider. It'll just give me a little bit more wiggle room to play with some of the God, it's quite a rare one then, Chaos. Sorry guys, I'm just checking out the different armor parts, just making sure everything looks alright. I've just realised I didn't even finish the boots. I think these were where I left it last time, so I just need to come and just finish off the little details here. Then we're going to give me spurs, haven't we, because rules and stuff. Do you know what? It's going to give me the appearance of an old grandmother, I think, but I'm going to go and get my Game of Thrones blanket to help my legs keep warm. Go. It's not immediately effective, but I'm sure I'll feel the warmth and the benefit of that very soon. Every office needs a blanket or two. Depending on the day of the week, I have about 10 down here sometimes when the kids come down. It's got to be done, hasn't it? I don't tend to use it that often when I'm sculpting, but I have got a pillow under my bum at the moment because I found lately my bum has been going numb as anything, especially when I'm doing like long streams. My bum falls asleep and it's quite uncomfortable. You can't stand up. Yeah, at the moment I've only got 2 other blankets in the office, I think, which are down to the nippers coming down over the last couple of days. Willow came down yesterday after the stream. Come down with a nice little pink one. And then kids being kids, they don't take anything with them when they leave, do they? They leave it all behind. Right, so buff up the ridges between them, because obviously you're going to see the bottom of his feet in this sculpt, because normally you wouldn't. because his feet would be flat on the floor, or maybe on a rock. You know, good old foot on rock pose. I saw someone mocking Games Workshop the other day about how virtually every hero model they have now has the obligatory foot on rock. It's like, are you even really a hero if you don't have a rock? Get in there. Okay, right. Boots. Done. Let me just have a look at spurs. See how they integrate with the armour. Really struggling to find like actual armour with them. Now I assume they don't need to be Wild West style little star things. So I might just go for a spike for a spur rather than... I've seen a few different designs that are just spikes. I'm still struggling to see where they would attach. So would they be on the bottom of the ankle, or will they be on the boot itself? Looks like the boot. Okay, we're going to go with the boots. So I'll duplicate this in case I ruin it. So I'm going to do a yeah, so it seems to go, like I say, it seems to go under the foot here, and then over the metatarsal, and then they basically come round to the back. But I've not seen very many of them that are like integrated properly into the armour, so they still seem to be like a strapped-on type of device. I think what I'll do is I'll take it here like that. I'm going to run it round the ridge there. And I think what I'll do is I'm going to just going to sharpen those edges. I'll just polish these up. So I'm going to put a little blade on the back instead of a kind of a spur, if that makes sense. So I'm going to, I've used the the blade I made for the witch, which is in this scene already. I'm going to delete the hidden bits, and then I'm going to just come and I need symmetry on, but I need it on the x-axis, not the z-axis. And I'm just going to just adjust. Oh, that was pointless, because didn't even get it straight. So let's mirror and mold that. Okay, let's get this looking a little bit better. Can't do that. I'll do red. Which will massively reduce the dynamesh level on this. Yeah, I think spurs are spurs, mate. I don't think I've not. Let's say looking through it, I've searched for armoured spurs and everything, and I'm not seeing anything that is different, really. I mean, there's one or two pieces where, like, it's like if we look here, you can see obviously it's still got the same kind of thing where it's got the straps and stuff. You've got these spiky type ones which are a little bit different, but they're obviously still strapping on. We've got this one which, I mean, that's clearly like welded onto the back of the foot, but if I sculpt something like that on there, it's just going to break off, isn't it? And I don't want it to look like an accident. I don't want it to look like something that somebody needs to cut off, because it's like a, you know, they mistake it for a support or something like that. So I'm going to go for more of a blade. So hopefully it pays off and it's not bloody copied it over. So okay, so hopefully that's enough. The final thing I want to do on this is just widen it a bit. I've still got symmetry on. So I'm just going to put it on like that. I just want to widen it out so the very edge line has got a bit of thickness to it. And the reason for that is because this is going to be so small. It's going to need that extra little bit of support on the bottom end. The top I'm not so fussed. I'll leave the ridge line on the top one. There we go. But for the bottom, it's got to change. It's got to be wider. So I'm going to take the symmetry off, shrink it down. And there we go. Maybe shrink it a touch. Yeah, that's better. I'm quite happy with that. Excuse me. Let's save that now. Right. Right, so the Narzugon doesn't have a shield. But he is going to have a lance, so I'm going to take lance in this case to basically just be a spear. But we're going to do it all fiery. I don't really want to do a jousting lance because I think they look a bit, I don't know, bit comical, and obviously they're designed to explode, aren't they? To like break on impact. So they're not going to be really what I need. So let's do a... There we go. Let's do a spear. That is... about that long. Right, and then staying true to the infernal styling. Might borrow some aesthetic from the bearded devils. Very nice, mate, very nice. You gonna take a trip up to Nottingham to Warhammer World to spend it, or are you gonna use your local? When do you win a 25 quid voucher anyway? Oh, my neck. Giving me some grief today. Whew. Right. So I was just pondering the best way of doing the doing the blade. So we want it to be not a glaive. Oh dear, naughty, naughty, naughty people. So I'm going to do similar to the glaive on this guy. The bearded devil. Obviously it's the same army. I want to kind of keep the similar styling. They have these big brutal kind of glaives, which obviously the glaive is more of a choppy weapon. It's somewhere between a sword on a stick and a halberd, I suppose. Sword on a stick is my usual mental reference. But it's a choppy sword, not a stabby sword. So, like a machete on a stick, say. So, for this one now, I think we're going to go for a pointier one, but I still want that kind of. Yeah, I've got an idea. So Nottingham then, mate, or you got to travel a little bit, or what's you thinking? Could be a good excuse for a Warhammer World excursion. Well, like I say, 25 quid. You're not going to come out there kind of like, you know, with bags pouring out of stuff pouring out of bags, are you? Fair play, mate. Fair play. That's Dynamesh, and I need symmetry on. Now I want it on the X and the Y axis. So this is how I would typically do a sword from scratch. So start with a cube, get my symmetry going. Right, fair enough then. I never find Nottingham to be a particularly nice part of the country either, to be honest. It's not somewhere you really want to go and visit, is it? Do you know what I mean? I mean, the times I've driven up there, it's not great. Crikey, mate. Do you not drive then? Is it you? Are you like relying on your public transports and stuff? I imagine that obviously has an impact, doesn't it? The cars are just ridiculous at the moment. I was reading a thing the other day and they were saying about like electric cars. Now the government were trying to get everyone onto electric. They gave all the car manufacturers these incentives to start making electric cars instead of like petrol and diesel. And obviously now the electric prices have soared through the roof, and it's costing like 4 times as much to charge your electric car. It's now more expensive than petrol and diesel. And you can't get new petrol and diesels, so everyone's after the second-hand ones. It's kind of like if you've got a car, you cling onto it at the moment and make the most of it, make it last. You know what I mean? Gone are the days of buying a cheap runaround and running it into the ground and moving on to the next one. It's like 35 grand for an entry-level electric car. It's ridiculous. It's overrated, mate. The roads are horrible. I actually hate driving. People annoy me, like when I'm driving. Just reshaping and refining the edges of the weapon. What I'm going to do is, once I've got the shape, I'm going to turn symmetry off on one axis, and I'm going to just shape the back of the weapon a little bit, so it will maintain a point, but then I'll have some jagged edges down on one back, I think. At least it sounds like a good idea to me. So we've got a nice pointed spear tip here. I'm going to slice off there, I think. And I'm going to just, oops, wrong tool. Yeah, you're right. The other issue with electric cars is just range generally. So company I used to work for, Denso, when they were doing their company car policy, they were bringing in a load of electrics into the fleet, and there was all the incentives to take an electric car, because you'd get like I can't remember if it was zero kind of tax on your company car tax, or if it was just cheaper or something like that. But it was cheap, and then there's no road tax to pay and stuff like that. So like, even if you got a 50 grand car, it was still cheaper for you as an individual to have that. But there was only a number of cars at the time that were actually able to be viable, because we needed them to do kind of like minimum range. So we were talking like they had to go from Coventry to, I want to say it was Manchester. That's where I had to do Coventry and Manchester and back on a single charge. So like, you've got like that minimum amount of range, and there were so few cars that could actually do it. And probably to achieve that as well, you'd need to start the day with the full charge, and then you'd need to drive like ultra conservatively to kind of maximise your battery range. And then obviously you've got to stop at the stop at services and stuff if you're doing anything longer. The Teslas have got like the superchargers, so you can charge quite quickly on it, but everything else hasn't got the superchargers. So if you didn't go for a Tesla, you can't use them. So you'd end up, if you did a longer journey, you'd end up having to plan a 2-hour break into your travel time and stuff, to allow for a stop off to top up your car, which, you know, obviously isn't the best use of time, is it? So yeah, exactly, and it ain't cheap, is it? So, and that was obviously, it's going back a bit now, you know, it's going back a few years. And then they charge you £1,000 to install your charging point at home as well. So if you've got a home charger, that's going to cost you even more. Right, we're going to go, no, not mirror mode, I didn't mean to do that. We're going to go for activate symmetry on the X axis only, and that'll allow me to do some shaping on the back. So put some like nasty barb serrations in there so they can, you know, cause some real damage. think what I might do, I'm going to widen this out, and I'm going to slice the side off. About there. There we go. Why is Keyshot 9 downloading anything? I'm not even using it. Yeah, so I say, so most people ended up going for, I think it was a Jaguar E-Pace or something like that, was like the one everybody wanted. Couldn't afford if you weren't allowed to have the Jaguar E-Pace because you weren't on the right grading or something like that, then you'd have to go for something like the, I think it was a BMW one. I can't remember what other brands there were that were available, but I say there's a lot more now, but I just remember we had the I used to be able to use like a Nissan Leaf, and they used to, the company I worked for at the time when we had the Leaf, it was like they bought it as a gimmick basically. You know, they weren't really committed to environmental change. I wouldn't have said. They were just kind of, they'd got the certificates and the accreditations because they needed to have like the you know, the environmental accreditations. They had them because they needed them for contract work, and then they did things like investing in the electric car and charging and all that kind of stuff to basically just show the clients that they were being proactive and doing stuff and trying to score a few brownie points. The problem we had with the Leaf was, like, you used to drive it across the road. So if you were doing like a local run, they wanted you to use the Leaf if it was available. So we used to drive over to Tesco to go and get some like lunch and stuff. And it was a half-mile drive, if that. You know, it really wasn't far. You literally drive out the industrial estate, cross the motorway, cross an island near the motorway, and then drive round into the industrial park to where Tesco is, the retail park. And it weren't far at all, but you do it, and then if you got the aircon on or the heating on and the radio in the car, it'd use like 40 miles of range to do that little half-mile journey, and then you'd have to come back and put it on charge again, and it was just ridiculous. But they wanted it out and about, moving around, driving, because it was all like sign written and company branded and stuff. So, like I say, it was all just nonsense, really. But yeah, 40 miles range to go to the shop that was like half a mile away. It was it's just not up to it. You know what I mean? That's what I took from that, anyway. Right, I want a kind of like a guard or something here to kind of bring it all together, so it doesn't just look like it's stuck on. I think what I might do is let's mask that bit there. Mass, let's drag that down. So put a few rivets there. Too big. Outposted bunker. Let's have a little gander. Oh, nice. You've been on a bit of a bit of Age of Sigmar. Okay. Nice work, mate. They're very cool. Are you working on news at the moment, or is this what you did on stream last night? There we go. Let me just bring it down onto the screen so you can see more. There you go. This is some nice work on some Sigmarines. You say different from Space Marines. But are they that different, really? I do like them, to be fair, though. The last thing I was painting there. Oh yeah, I was trying to do my I was trying to do the Hellhounds, get some painting done on them. So I'm not trying to get them finished, get the flames done on them, and get the skulls painted up. I painted the bodies in like a grey on a black base, and they didn't really work great, to be honest. The my blending was off. I was having a bit of a poor night, if you know, trying to get things done. So I need to revisit them, I think. Yeah, I can imagine they make quite good Blood Angels and Dark Angels. Let's export the Narzugon Spear. Let's put that into the component library. Let's go and I'm just going to take the spear, compact it, and I'll put that as a counterweight at the end. I think I might put a mace on the back of it. What do you reckon? Give like a little spiky mace. Let's pop that in there, and then we'll go for radial symmetry. That's it on the y-axis. That's 6. It's called 6 spikes. There we go. I just need to go and change my brush settings and reduce the depth down. At least I didn't put 2 of them on there. Ian, you're a wrong un for seeing it. That's what it is. One single spike right in the middle. Let's just rotate this a little bit so it's correctly orientated. Sweet. I'm a child at heart when it comes to things like this. I mean, we're getting on for lunchtime, but what do you mean? Why did I do the spear like that? Like what? Sorry, mate. I've lost you. Oh, it was just centered on the scene. Was all. Oh, jeez. Basically, what it was the I could have done it in a separate scene altogether, but it was just easier for me to just throw it straight into the center of the existing scene and make it where it was. Because sometimes what I found is if you try and make a spear offline in a different file where you don't have the body as a reference, the height and everything can kind of skew and get a little bit distorted. It's quite difficult then to try and like kind of make it catch up. Oh, this was a terrible decision with these hands because they are not in a grip position; they're in a fist position. It's just I'll just do this by just trimming away the fingers for now. Excuse me guys, I'm just faffing around here trying to make this work. I thought the hands were in the correct position, but it turns out they weren't. It's me trying to save myself a few minutes and failing. I don't know if anyone caught at the beginning of the stream, by the way, my neighbour was kept in hospital last night, so she wasn't like let out. So they think she's got sepsis, but they were running some tests. So the son and husband have been out to visit her this morning, so I popped in to see him just after I'd done the school run this morning. So hopefully at some point later we'll get a bit of an update and find out how she's doing. But nothing yet, unfortunately. Yeah, the NHS are buzzwording sepsis at the moment, so it's one of those things that they're being very careful to check for. So I don't know if there's been a lot of high-profile like deaths or something like that in hospitals that have been down to it, but yeah, but it's one of them. It's one of the things, mate. When you whenever you make anything, if you try and do it completely in isolation of everything else, there's a very real danger that you end up having to do a lot of correction later on. If you want to avoid the corrections, you're better off doing things like in situ. Do it in the scene where you're going to be using them. At least that way, you don't have to worry about, you know, how much you're going to need to correct. You can just get on with it. Just make it, and just get it in your scene. Oh yeah, that one's doing around. There's loads, aren't there? Always bloody loads of hospitals. Never a nice place to be, is it? If we're completely honest. I know in the UK we've got the NHS and everything else and whatnot, but took my my wife to the doctors earlier in the week. She's been having a little bit of like weird dizziness stuff going on. Like she's just been feeling like she's hungover all the time and like off balance and whatnot. And they said, oh yeah, we think it's possibly vertigo, something to do with your inner ear. We'll refer you to the ear, nose and throat clinic. There's a 2 to 3 year waiting list to be seen by a consultant for the initial appointment. You know, you just kind of like, what's the point? You know, like if you were genuinely, you know, dying of something, and they can't get you an appointment for 2 to 3 years, you've got no hope, have you? I don't know why I'm actually spending that much time doing the inside of the hand, because you're really not going to see it. Yeah, the doctors they don't want to see anyone lately, do they? It's like everybody else is returned back to normal, and the doctor's like, no, COVID, you know. Still doing telephone appointments. We've now got the what do you call it? The secretaries on the phone at the doctors. You have to kind of explain to them what's wrong with you, and they decide arbitrarily whether or not you're sick enough to need to see a doctor. And it's like, you know, can you not make a doctor make that decision, please? Because you know, I wouldn't be phoning. I know some people do just phone up for, you know, because they've got nobody to talk to and things like that. You know, you get the old ones who are kind of, they just want a bit of company, and they're quite happy for it to be the doctor. But yeah, I think most people only really want to see a doctor when they actually need to see a doctor. I mean, the last thing I want to do is wake up on a morning and go, oh my god, I've got to get on the phone to them again. Like I say, 70th in the queue, like within a minute of the phone lines opening. Ours have started doing a callback service now. So like, if you don't want to hang around and wait on the phone, you can request a callback. So they'll ring you when it's they'll preserve your slot in the queue, and then they'll ring you when it's time. For the most part, they're pretty good, but they only do it when like it's really busy. It's like if you've got like 20 people ahead of you, you can do it and it's fine. But like sometimes, you know, when you're just ringing up to get results of a test or whatever else, or just confirm something with them, and you've got to wait in the queue, and it's just annoying. It's just frustrating. They've got that they don't have it on then. Like, you know, you wait till mid-morning, so like the mad queues have run down, and yeah, they don't even have the service on then. It's like if it's an option on your phone, just leave it on all the time. Yeah. Oh, we don't take walk-in appointments. You might want to make it a bit easier to actually get through to someone on the phone, so you can tell us that. We can tell you that. I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of doctors generally, I think. Especially when you go and see a GP. I think, like, and again, like with my wife's particular case, she's got a whole load of different like minor issues. They say minor, some are major, some are minor, but like, and what I've noticed is like, and I keep saying to her, like, you need to tell them everything that's going on. You know, don't talk about one thing. Make sure you tell them about everything. So she's got like, she's had all these different kind of like separate symptoms, all kind of, you know, they can all be playing the same part. You know, they're all part of the same condition. But you go to them and you go, oh, I've got a stomach problem. I've got some, you know, my stomach's hurting and all this kind of stuff. And they go, right, we'll refer you to a gastroenterologist. And the gastroenterologist comes and looks at your stomach and they go, yeah, I can't really see anything wrong with you. You must have IBS. And then she goes, like, you know, another time, you go there and you go, oh, my heart's racing, my blood pressure's really high, I've got all these kind of, you know, blah, 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 blah. And they go, oh yeah, we'll send you to a cardiologist, we'll get them to do your scans and stuff. And the cardiologist goes and they go, yeah, nothing wrong with you, everything's fine. And then, you know, another time you go in there and it's like, oh, you know, I'm having headaches and various other things, and they go, all right, we'll send you to see a neurologist then. Okay, brilliant. These aren't all things that she's had, but I'm just like randomly picking up, you know, symptoms. I'm having headaches and I'm, you know, suffering from this and this. Oh, yeah, we'll send you to a neurologist then. Fantastic. Okay, and every single one of those specialists is looking at the exact specific symptom that you've gone in for. And the problem is, like, even if, like, when we went in and they said, you know, treat her for vertigo, we're going to put her onto the ENT clinic as a referral. When they said that, we explained a dozen other complaints that she was having, and I just felt like they'd listened. Like, the first one that she mentioned was about like dizziness and feeling unbalanced and stuff, and even though that was the first of several symptoms, it was kind of like the doctors stopped listening at that point. You know what I mean? They were like, right, I think I was wrong with you then. Yeah, you're unbalanced, you're dizzy, you must have vertigo. And it's kind of like, well, do you not want to listen to the rest of the things we've come to talk to you about to make sure that you know what you're getting yourself into? Because you don't want to kind of go in there and be misdiagnosed with something because they've only listened to half of the symptoms. I just find them really frustrating. It just annoys me when they behave like that. It's kind of you think of doctors, you kind of expect better, don't you? Do you know what I mean? But I get the impression sometimes that GPs are just there. They're there to tell you, don't Google your symptoms, don't Google them. You know, don't Google them. That's my job. You know. That's what I'm here for. I'll Google your symptoms. I'll tell you what horrible conditions you've probably got. Don't do it yourself. You put me out of work. And obviously some are better than others, aren't they? You know, they're not all quite as bad, but save that. Yes, I do want to save over it. Phone up. Alright, you were never locked with her then. Yeah, there's no use, are they? Mate Moley's got his printer on. Let's get my speed up, or me lance rather. realised, looks like he's got a busted finger here. Tweaking a few of these bits. Just inflate some of that between the fingers. Just once it's done, just to make sure there's no like undercuts and stuff in there. Just bump the palm up a little bit, make that a bit chunkier. That's it. Nice. Right, I think this guy is ready to go on a horse. So I'm going to duplicate him. Oh, I need to merge them all down. I need to duplicate him. Oh, I've got a lot of bits. Oh, due in October and born in June. That's a good old bit of prematurity there, isn't it? We had stop it. No. Yeah, our little and our eldest one, sorry, Jacob. When he was born, he was only a couple of weeks early in the end. I think it was about, I want to say he was about 3 weeks early, something like that. But basically, he'd stopped growing 5 weeks earlier, and we weren't aware of it because, like, they'd you know, when they do the measure the bump growth and stuff, and the bump was growing fine, and there was no issues with that. And then they went in for they sent her in for a scan, and they were like, yeah, the you know, he's very small. So we thought he was on track for about we thought he was on track for about £8 odd, £8.5 or something like that, based on the bump. And when he was born, he was like £4, I'd say £4.7 or something like that. So he was very, very underweight. But he's picked up, you know, he's caught up now and everything's alright, but you're never sure, are you, with things like that? You know, you don't know how these like really early setbacks are going to kind of like play out and kind of affect them long term. So was she really small then, was she, Bunker? Yeah, see, hear stories like this, I always think that we're really lucky with the way it kind of, you know, things could have gone a lot worse. His breathing's a little bit off, and that's pretty much the worst we have to deal with, so quite thankful for that, to be honest. But crikey, just under £2. I mean, yeah, we could hold Jacob in one hand as well when he was, but he was, you know, sitting handed like lay on you. We got a canvas of him on the wall in the in our family room in the house, and actually we've got the baby grow that he was wearing in the canvas, and it turns out when it's printed, even though he's only about this big on it, it's actually like true scale photo. Like the little baby grow that he was wearing in this thing is only about this big. When you hold it up, it's actually about the same size as he is in the picture. Bless you though, mate, having to kind of like go through that as a parent's hard, isn't it? I expect it's just like everyday life now, isn't it? After 14 years. Or do you still have those days where it's like a struggle? I think I'm gonna just take the legs off, the arms legs off that. Yeah, Jacob's he's got asthma now, and he's very prone to croup, or has been. I say 7 now, and he's had croup several times a year, pretty much every year. And this year he's had it, I think, twice, but in a very minor way. They reckon they tend to grow out of it by about 7, or usually about 5 and 6, I think they say. But I say 7 years old, he's still having it, but in a much less severe form. Let's skip over all that. Let's get these bits in. Yeah, I imagine it's hard, isn't it? It's always going to be difficult because people just don't want to compromise themselves, do they? But how about the other kids with her? Do other kids kind of like react weird as well? Does it bother her, or is she okay with it? Oh, there we go. Right, he looks quite simple, but we are going to get him on this horse in a second. So we're going to put one, we're going to duplicate him out. Yeah, I suppose again, if she's put up with it and kind of she's used to it all for her whole life, then she's probably got the measure of it all by now, hasn't she? And kind of knows what to expect. So you'd like to think, you know, although people don't always do the right thing or say the right thing or whatever else, if she's expecting that, at least she's expecting it. You know what I mean? That's good. That's what I like to hear. Best way to be. Right, so I'm going to just take the legs here. Quite difficult because I can't get a good angle to be able to do it with. I'm going to take the legs, I'm going to just bring them out so they're I'm just going to turn that, I'm going to take these off the mask because I don't need them masked. And I need to rotate the legs out a touch. Stuffed up a bit here. I should have moved the legs forward a bit, I think, rather than just having them all down. Just going to go and reposition a touch. making a bit of a hash of this one. Oh god, I am. Temperature's dropped in here now. It's like 17 degrees. No wonder I'm freezing. Oof. It's a bit bitey, this cold. Really annoys me that one. I don't understand why Zbrush auto saves immediately after you've saved. Like, it needs to know, really, you know what I mean? Right, let's idea of a pose. And again, if we go back and have a look at Archaon as an option or as an idea, he had his sword pointing outwards, but I don't think it's going to work for him. He's not a commander, so. Yeah, have you got hard floors in your house bunker, or you got the you got carpet in there? 'Cause I know we found that we used to have just laminate flooring throughout the whole living room, and it felt so cold all the time in there. And then when we had carpet put in in the living room area, but they left the dining room kind of like laminar. And you can walk from the living room to the dining room and feel a proper. It's an open plan area, so it's bloody hard to keep warm anyway. But like you literally feel the change in the cold when you go off the carpet, because I think it's because your feet are cold and like the surface drafts and that. Have you got your heating turned down a bit now though, with the like the ridiculous bills and stuff, or are you still heating it like it's you know, the olden days? You got that the good padded vinyl stuff, or is it the annoying stuff? Ah, shite. That's annoying. So we've got this we got this really nice vinyl that we bought in our kitchen. And it was like, it's quite thick and padded. Ah, you got that posh stuff, have you? Yeah, the stuff we bought, it was it's quite thick and padded, and it's insulated. And it's, the one in the kitchen, even though it's on a concrete base, it feels quite warm on your feet. But the ones we got in the bathroom, they ain't the same. The bathroom ones, God, they are proper, you know, proper cheap and nasty, really. But you need to switch them out at some point, but you know, it's not a priority, so it'll happen when it happens. Why did I bloody do that then? That's stupid. Hey Chaos, how you doing? Well, actually, if you... So this guy is going to be more complicated because he's on a horse. There's a lot more to consider. But if you were to look at like the stream I did yesterday, for example, I lost an hour and a half to having to go and help an elderly neighbour. Oh shit. a second. So yeah, so if you look at some of the previous ones I've done for the Cursed Empire, if I show you a couple of examples of them, I've got the renders somewhere. Okay, so this guy was sculpted for Cursed Empire. The entire sculpt I started and finished on one stream, and that was 4 or 5 hours long. This guy I started also for Cursed Empire. I did that one. He is completely finished now, by the way. This is a work in progress picture. But that work in progress shot was taken after the end of the first stream, which again was about 4 hours work, 5 hours work maybe. So it really varies on the complexity of the model, and also like with the Narzugon I'm sculpting at the moment, I haven't got any reference images. I'm sculpting it out of my own head, so that is a little bit more of a kind of a taxing thing. So when you're sculpting, you're designing on the fly, you have to try things, and sometimes they don't work, and then you end up having to like backtrack and kind of, you know, not use them and rework it and do something different, and all of that kind of stuff is just a bit of a pain in the arse then. So yeah, it really does vary on the model. It varies on the source material. So if I've got like a sketch to work from or something else, it's obviously better. Delete hidden Maria. There you go. So yeah, there's a lot of kind of considerations into the time, but anywhere between, I mean, I used to say about 10 hours as an average, but I think my workflow has sped up quite a bit since, and I'm maybe looking at say 6 for most models, 6 hours for most sculpts now, I think. It's probably about right. Holding that okay. Let's merge that back up with the model. So we've got one of those, tell me about the toilet seats there, Bonker. We've got like a square toilet seat, and it's so annoying. Honestly, it's so annoying trying to get that. Oh, for God's sake. Come on, really? What have I got? One randomly like. Come on. Really? How did I not notice that? Let's try it again. Yeah, trying to get things to line up can be quite difficult, but I always find it's one of those things that if you, I don't worry about sitting things on top of things, if that makes sense, because when you're 3D printing stuff, you don't want things sat on top because you can risk a little gap. You're much better off having like the two parts intersecting and just make sure the height of it is where you want it to be. But obviously if you're not 3D printing, that advice is redundant anyway, so let's delete hidden, mask everything. Now I want to position this and hopefully I shouldn't get any stupid distortion on it this time. But I will say as well, the only reason I can do these things in 4 hours and 5 hours and whatever else is just because I've been doing it so long, and I've kind of figured out my flow now. Like my workflow it works for me. I know effective ways of doing things. I've built myself base meshes that I use, and I know they're reliable and they work. And it's 35 years of painting miniatures plus 34 years of painting miniatures, sorry, plus 20 plus years of sculpting miniatures, probably about 21, 22 years of sculpting models. And then that's like in clay and green stuff and milliput and things like that. And then digitally I've been making models since about 2010. So what's that now? 13 years. Yeah, about 13 years of digital sculpting. So right, we're actually making a physical product that you were gonna be positioning. Right, I see. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. There's easy ways of doing things when you know the software, you become familiar with things, but until then you just do what works, you know what I mean? Right, I need to position that hand. I need a more extreme twist on the hand. Let's merge that down. I mean, how long we've been doing this one for now? So he was mostly sculpted. I've done his helmet. I've done starving Marvin, mate. So you send that through, Bunker. I feel like I was talking and I've lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was saying. I do that a lot. Time to get sculpting some donuts in a minute. Let's go and have a little gander at that. I won't put it up on stream for you, mate. Where did you send it? Oh, miniature design discussion. Do you know what's funny? That sign you've got hanging up on the behind you there, mate. I think we've got the same sign in our hallway. You got all the heart-shaped tat around, haven't you? The same as my missus likes to pick up. Right, do you know what? I am going to carry on this sculpt and try and get this mounted dude working. I need to stand up and stretch my legs a little bit, and my stomach's rumbling, so I'm going to go and grab a sandwich. So I'll be off for about 10 minutes or so, maybe 15, and then I'll be back to do a little bit more work. So I will be back to you guys very shortly. Gonks everywhere. We only have gonks at Christmas. We have Christmas gonks in our house. We don't have them other times of year. Right, the peeps. I'll be DRB shortly. If you want to go and have a little browse on my website, have a little gander, pop some stuff in your basket, and if you shout out in the chat afterwards, I'll throw a discount code at you so you can get your basket cheaper. That's just me pimping my wares. So right, I'll be back to you guys shortly. See you in a bit. Oh, right guys, back and absolutely freezing. Just finishing off a peanut butter and jam sandwich. Classic. Peanut butter and jam as well, or freezing. God's sake. Oh. God, my fingers and thumbs feel like icicles. It's just started hailing outside as well, which is awesome because it's school run time shortly. So that gets itself gone before then. Now I am going to have to go and assist on the school run, so I've only got about another half an hour of sculpting before I've got to dash off. Because wife's booked a play date with the kids for tonight, so she's got to collect some of their friends from school. So bringing 4 of them back could be fun. So she's requested assistance. So who am I to say no? Okay, so I'm just going to do a little bit of manoeuvring with some of these armour plates and things. Give myself enough clearance to sculpt my donuts. Let's bring the skirt up at the back. I want to make the horse bigger. Woo. When did winter come and hit so hard, man? Then let's get this donut now sculpted. After this figure's done, I think the rest of the ones on should be quite easy. So I'll do another sculpting session in the next 2 days, Thursday, Friday. And they're going to be on the Bulazu demons, which are, I believe, they're a bit like your chaos beastmen, like goat demons type things. So I'll do a little collection of them, maybe 5 of them or something like that. So we'll have the Narzugon mounted on foot, and then we'll have the 5 Bulazus. have to say I'm rather enjoying this nice chilled music actually. Right, so for my donut mail, I'm going to bump up the intensity. Make a donut. I'm really apologising in advance here for this pronunciation. Gluaccio? Good afternoon. Hope you're keeping well. So, this is me doing what I refer to as donut mail. So, basically, what I discovered is all of the different chainmail textures and stuff you can use in Zbrush might look nice on screen, then when you actually try to apply them as a model to paint them, they don't paint very well. And I tried to replicate a technique I used to use, painting miniatures, sculpting miniatures for like green stuff, like in the green stuff putting, and this was basically it. The same kind of effect, at least, anyway. So after several bits of tinkering and trying to figure out what was going to work and how to do it, I settled on this one and then realised that it looks like a coat of donuts by the time it's finished. It is literally like a whole load of donuts just all kind of interwoven. And it sounds ridiculous, but it works. So I'd have more of an issue if it didn't work. Let's start here. I'll go this way around. And the main thing you want is the ridges and the little holes. The key thing here is not only designed for 3D printing, but also designed to be a 32mm scale miniature. Okay, so need a bit more around there, more around the bum, a bit more up the front. So it looks very rough at the moment, but what will happen is I'm going to dynamesh it with polish on, and that's going to help smooth it all out, and it will look lovely. Okay, so let's put the polish on. Bit too much polish. Sorry, not too much polish, bit too low resolution. So the polish is taking too much off. There we go. That's better. So I'm going to just take the textures here, just push them back so they're below the armor plates. So obviously I'll size this skirt up so it fitted fine, and then since I've sculpted everything, all of the additional mass has just kind of grown and built up. So need a little bit more here. That was a mistake. feel like he might need like a cape or something, but I feel wrong putting a cape on him knowing he's got fire coming out of his joints. You know, we're talking about an infernal paladin here. Will he really have will he really have a cloak? I'm also feeling like I should tilt his body the other way. Stupid big changes to be making, but let's try it. Hmm. I'm going to rotate the horse's neck a little bit. Right, now this is what I was saying earlier about being a hero. You can't be a hero unless you got your foot on a rock. So, like it or not, that's exactly what I'm about to do. But in this case, it's mostly for stability because I'm basically he's going to be up on his 4 legs like this, on 2 legs. Yeah, mate, rock under 1 foot. Even the horse is a badass in this one. So what I need to do now is just allow for that little bit of extra mass to help it stand up. What's your thoughts on the old foot on rock hero pose, mate? You in the for or the against camp on that? I think the ones that bother me the most are where, you know, like the rock is too imposing, or the base is too imposing. Like it stops being a base of a model. Like I only tend to really do it if it's gonna like add to the pose a bit, or if I need to add stability to the figure. So for this one, those 2 little horse feet, hooves even, they're not really enough to kind of like to hold the mass of this model like in situ properly on its own. So in this case I feel he needs something else to kind of anchor him down. But like when they become mini dioramas and they've got like whole, like, you know, was it the Eversa assassin they did that was hiding in the head of a statue thing? That was, no, the Vindicator assassin, sorry. I mean, it looked cool, but come on, that's not a miniature, that is a diorama, isn't it? And I know they're charging a fortune for the kits as it is. I think sometimes people prefer a little bit more simplicity, and, you know, like back in the old days when you had scope to convert and do all that kind of stuff, because the kits were, you know, they were nicely made to be able to kind of facilitate that. Now they're all more monopose, aren't they? And they want, like, you know, you can still convert, but obviously it's a little bit trickier. Yeah, and I'm trying to do it small enough that you can probably you can sculpt over it, or you can add a little bit of extra stuff in place of it if you really want to. I don't want to get into doing like the puddle bases really, so I'd rather do a little bit of scenic something than a puddle base. need to do a big, what do you call it? Like a lead type thing, not a lead, what do you call it? You prefer the Primaris if they were multi-part. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? There's no when you don't have that customization and you're just basically building the same model as everybody else, unless you're going to spend an awful lot of time like hacking up your models and what do you call it, doing some hardcore converting. Then it's you know, you're gonna have something that's like, you know, the same as everybody else's. Whereas in the old ones, no matter how you built them, they were always going to be a little bit different to other people's marine kits. And I'll be honest, there's no reason why the newer kits can't do that. You know, they could go back to the old model where they had the breastplate, the legs, the ball jointed. What do you call it, torso to the leg connector, you know, do a load of stuff like that, and they'd be fine. They don't really need to go to the extents they've gone to now. Not for the everyday troopers. I mean, yeah, for, you know, put one or two bits together and do that. But hey, Jefferson, I hope you're keeping well, mate. Going to check in on a Narzugon. Right guys, I am really going to need to clock off now because I'm going to have my wife phoning me, giving me jip. So I'm going to have to carry this one off, carry this one on, either offline or on stream tomorrow. So we'll see how it goes. So I'll probably try. I will try and get a stream in. I will try and do another stream tomorrow and finish this guy off. So I'm going to save it here now. And I'm there's only a couple of you, so I'm not going to try and raid out because I haven't got time either. I'm just going to say goodbye. So thank you for dropping in today. Thanks for joining me. And yeah, I've got to go and run and pick up the sprogs with the wife. So wish me luck, and I will catch you guys tomorrow hopefully. See if we get a few more people in the stream as well. Right, people, have a lovely time. Thank you again for joining me. Chaos, hope the hospital is okay for you. Hope you come out in one piece and all good. But yeah, thanks everybody, and I will speak to you all soon. Hop on Discord if you want to carry on the chat later as well. Okay, cheers guys.